International Criminal Court is now in session. L'audience de la Cour pénale internationale est ouverte. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Thank you very much. Court officer, the case, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Republic of Kenya in the case of the prosecutor versus William Samuel Ruto and Joshua Arap Sang. ICC 0109-0111. We are in open session.
Thank you. Appearances?
Morning, Your Honours. For the prosecution, appearances remain the same.
Good morning, Your Honours. The victims are presented by myself, Orson Lansik, James Maria, Amanda Wilmot, and Charlotte Devina. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honours. Mr. Sang's team remains the same, and Mr. Sang is present. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, Your Honours. The Ruto team remains the same.
Thank you very much. And witness, welcome back. Thank you for joining us again. We're in open session now, and it is time that we'll continue with his examination in chief. Keep in mind, witness, the advice given to you yesterday about the tone. You are so far speaking at a moderate tone. That's a good tone. But try your best to observe the 5 seconds pause. You are doing it relatively well for much of the time, but try and do it all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honours. Perhaps the record should also reflect that the Rule 74 Council is also present today.
Indeed.
Good morning, Mr. Witness.
Good morning.
Mr. Witness, when we left off yesterday, we were just dealing with certain events relating to the 2005 referendum. And before we move forward to the elections in 2007, I would just like to ask you a little bit, 1 or 2 more questions about that. At the time of the 2005 referendum, what was the most popular radio station in the Rift Valley?
In Rift Valley, the most popular radio station was KAS FM.
And on that radio station, please tell the court what was the most popular show and who was the most popular presenter.
The most popular show or program was a popular Lene Emet. And the presenter was Joshua Arap Sang.
And what was the significance of KAS FM and Mr. Sang in the 2005 referendum campaign?
This radio station and the program, plus its presenter, used the station as a platform to campaign for the No campaign.
And when you refer to its presenter, for the clarity of the record, who are you referring to?
Joshua Sang.
And tell us a bit more about how it was used as a platform for the No campaign.
This radio station allowed people to talk and campaign on it directly to the listeners, and at the same time they used Kalenjin proverbs and a popular song which was sung. It was played in the station, which provoked the Kalenjins. The song was called Kimive Kwenet. We are in the middle of the sea.
And what language is that?
Kimive Kwenet is a Kalenjin language.
And let me just place the spelling on the record. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's K-I, new word, M-I, new word, B-E-K, new word, K-W-E-N-E-T. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how did this song provoke the Kalenjin?
The song, as I've explained, means we're in the middle of the sea. To mean, the Kalenjin understood it that we were in the middle of the sea, not until we win in the referendum, such that we'll be now out from the sea, or the other side of the sea. This song and proverbs that Mr. Joshua Sang used in the station, plus how the people used to campaign through calls in the station, actually provoked the people, especially the Kalenjins, through the program.
All right. I'd like to clarify one or two aspects. You've spoken on a couple of occasions about people calling. What was the format of Mr. Sang's show?
At times, he will put a question and people will be giving their opinions. At other times, people will be invited to the station for a discussion, and after they leave, you will hear him talk in proverbs, discussing afterwards what they were talking about.
You've also mentioned the use of proverbs on a few occasions. Tell us more about these proverbs. What were they? What did they signify?
The proverbs, the use of proverbs is significant to the Kalenjin community. They'll always use proverbs, songs, and similar kind of communication in order to pass information to the Kalenjin. Now, Sang used these proverbs, himself being a good orator and a person who can actually pass information very quickly through proverbs and songs. He used the platform of Kass FM to talk about it, to pass information through these proverbs. At times, you will hear him talk on proverbs like Pig up Chego, people of milk. You will hear him talk about proverbs like Goya Masabes Muriat Kobagot Nebo. if in translation in English, that one means that if a rat is bad, it belongs to that house.
All right, I'm going to have to stop you there to try and clear up the record. You've mentioned two proverbs. Are those in the Kalenjin language?
Yes, Your Honor.
The first one you translated, I didn't quite hear you. Did you? The record says milk. I thought you said something like people of milk. What was the translation for the first proverb you mentioned?
Piga Chego means people of milk.
People of milk. And can you spell that for the record, please?
Your Honor, Pig up Chego means
Do you have a sheet of paper and pen? If not, a sheet of paper and a pen should be made available to the witness. He might assist him in spelling things.
Pig up Chego is pig is P-I-K, P-I-K. Ab is A-B. Chego is C-H-E-G-O.
Thank you. And these people of milk, to whom did that refer?
The Kalenjin.
I see. And the second proverb you used, meaning if a rat is bad, it belongs to that house. Can you repeat and spell that in Kalenjin, please?
Goya muriat kobagot nebo. This means, like I translated, if a rat is bad, it belongs to that house. To us the Kalenjins, that one means that if a leader is bad, so long as he is a Kalenjin, he is still ours.
Right.
Can you spell the actual words?
Goya is N-G-O-Y-A. Muriat is M-U-R-I-A-T. Kobo is K O B O court. is K-O-T. Debo is N-E-B-O.
Thank you. Now, you've mentioned that Cass FM was the most popular radio station in the Rift Valley. Amongst which community in the Rift Valley was that?
The Kalenjin community.
And what is your source of knowledge about what was being said on Cass FM at that time?
At times, Your Honor, I will hear the program, I will tune in the program and hear myself, and at times, I will hear from discussions of people.
All right. Now, you've mentioned that Cass FM, or Mr. Sang at least, was campaigning for the no campaign. At any time when you yourself was listening to Cass FM, did you hear Mr. Sang referring to the opponents, the persons supporting the Yes campaign?
Yes, Your Honor. He advised the people of Kalenjin to vote and hear the words of their leaders.
Very well. I'd like to move away then from 2005 and discuss in the next segment events surrounding the 2007 presidential elections. Mr. Witness, it's not in dispute that the 2007 presidential election vote was held on the 27th of December 2007. Does that accord with your recollection?
It is, Your Honor.
And the presidential results were announced on the evening of the 30th of December. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I ask to move into private session for no more than 5 minutes?
Private session.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Witness, in the period prior to the 2007 elections, can you please describe the atmosphere in location 9 and surrounding area?
At this time, in location 9, people had already started to group themselves according to their tribes.
And why was this happening?
Because others had fear of what will happen after elections, and others were already with the information from their leaders that elections will be rigged, and therefore they were just waiting for the time to come.
And who are you referring to when you say persons received information from their leaders that elections will be rigged?
From the leaders, Your Honor.
Yes, but I'm talking about the people that had that information. Which ethnicity are you referring to?
The Kalenjin, Your Honor.
And who are the people that had fear of what will happen after the elections?
The Kikuyu. The Kikuyu, Your Honor.
Can you please just give the Chamber some information about the ethnic composition of location number 9? Which were the predominant ethnicities in that area?
In this area, it was a mix-up of mostly the Kalenjins and the Kikuyus.
Do I understand from that that the Kalenjin were the majority?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, it's... Just bear with me one moment, please, Your Honor. Yes, let me just clarify one issue. The Kalenjin community in the Rift Valley, which party were they predominantly supporting in the 2007 elections?
The Kalenjins supported the ODM.
And the Kikuyu?
The Kikuyu supported the PNU.
Now, in Area 9, were you aware of any Kalenjin who in fact supported the opposite party, the PNU?
I beg your pardon, Your Honor.
You said that the Kalenjin generally supported the ODM, Were there any who supported the PNU in location 9?
Yes, Your Honor. A few Kalenjins supported PNU.
And what was the attitude of the Kalenjin community, the Kalenjin majority, towards those Kalenjin members who supported the PNU in the area of location number 9?
Kalenjin people who supported PNU were perceived to be enemies amongst the Kalenjins.
How were they treated?
At times, they were not welcomed in discussions. At times, if you are a PNU supporter, when you go to a group of other Kalenjins, you will hear them, you will see that they stop talking because you are there.
And if I can jump forward in time for a moment, after the elections and after the violence that followed, what became of these Kalenjin PNU supporters? Are you aware?
Your Honor, after elections, the Kalenjin PNU supporters were asked to pay a fine and give also either a goat or a bull.
Why was that?
Because they were
All right. I'd like to ask you then a few questions about the atmosphere in the region of location number 8 prior to the 2007 elections. What can you tell us about that?
Your Honor, at location number 8, before elections, people were grouping themselves according to their in their tribal lineage, and also there were campaigns taking place in group discussions at designated places in town, hotels, and so forth.
All right. Now, I think it's safe to refer to Eldoret Town in public session. That is a large town. Can you tell the court about any particular place in Eldoret Town where such discussions took place?
Your Honor, there's a designated place in Eldoret Town, commonly known as Posta. It is just outside telecom offices in Eldoret Town. That is where most people meet to discuss and talk, especially during campaigns and any other discussion that is in the country.
Can you recall any occasions when a leader spoke prior to the elections at the Posta? For the record, I should spell that P-O-S-T-A.
Yes, Your Honor.
And who is that person? I don't think there's any problem about mentioning that name in public.
I remember Mr. Farouk Kibet.
Yes, and firstly, approximately when was this?
It was before elections, Your Honor.
Before the 2007 elections?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you give us an idea of how long before? Weeks, months, days?
Just a few days before elections, Your Honor. Like 3 days.
All right. So we know the election was on the 27th of December. 3 or 4 days before that would put it just before Christmas 2007. You agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Steinberg, before you proceed, I was waiting for an opportune moment to clarify something in the evidence of the witness. During your questioning, Mr. Steinberg, you put it to the witness at some point, I believe it's at page 12, line 10, you premised, or you started with the proposition now you mentioned in relation to the 2005 referendum, that at that stage Mr. Ruto was perceived to be, or was the spokesperson for the Kalenjins. Was that the testimony of the witness?
That is my recollection of the testimony of the witness yesterday, Your Honours, yesterday late afternoon. I can check that, though.
Witness, is that the position as you understood it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. That's all. Please proceed.
In fact, I can give you the reference, Your Honour. It's
That's all right. That's all right.
as a please.
Yes.
Yes, so we just established the date of Mr. Kibet's discussion at the poster. The source of your knowledge, is this something you witnessed yourself or something you heard from another person?
I heard myself, Your Honor.
And what did Mr. Kibet say when he spoke at that venue?
Mr. Kibet said that if the Kikuyu wanted to stay in Uasin Gishu and Eldoret, they ought to vote in line with the Kalenjin people.
Yes, anything else?
And if not, they needed to go.
To go where?
Out of Rift Valley, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is there anything else you want to add to that?
That's what I remember, Your Honor.
And court will bear with me, please. This Mr. Farouk Kibet, who is he? Tell us a bit more about him, please.
Farouk Kibet is a close friend to Ruto and also comes from this Eldoret North of Uasin Gishu, Your Honor.
What was Mr. Kibet's involvement in Mr. Ruto's campaign prior to these elections?
He was a chief campaigner of Mr. Ruto.
And after the elections, what post did Mr. Kibet hold?
After elections, Your Honor, you mean which elections?
I'm referring to the 2007 elections. Maybe let me rephrase the question. Are you aware what post Mr. Kibet holds today?
Yes, Your Honor. I know Mr. Farouk Kibet to be the personal assistant of Mr. Ruto.
And to your knowledge, when was he appointed into that position?
I don't know when, Your Honor, but I know he has been a very close person to Mr. Ruto.
What is Mr. Kibet's ethnicity?
He is a Kalenjin, Your Honor.
And why is it that Mr. Kibet would have chosen this venue to speak at, this poster venue?
For a very long time now, most people meet at poster because that is where they sell the newspapers mostly. The Nation newspaper, the People newspaper, the Standard newspaper, around that place, outside that place. So most people meet there to discuss issues that come up from the newspapers, and so mostly people who talk politics in town meet there to discuss, Your Honor.
And what was the reaction of the people when Mr. Kibet said that the Kikuyu should vote for the ODM or leave the Rift Valley?
The Kalenjins and the people who are there actually believed that the words of Mr. Farouk were actually, he was delivering message from Mr. Ruto, and the Kalenjins were very happy for what Mr. Farouk was talking about.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ms. Alexandra, you were rising.
So I'm just a bit concerned because it appears that for a while now the witness is not able to answer questions looking up. So just to check if he's got something on the table or if there's any other reason why he keeps looking on his table.
Your Honours, I'm not aware. I can see a piece of paper in front of you, Mr. Witness. Is that your PIS form?
Indeed, Ms. Alakandra's observation is correct. We don't know how far we can take that observation, but the last answer in particular, the witness gave that looking down. Witness, do you have a piece of paper in front of you?
Your Honor, what I have is what I was provided. These are the PIS.
The PIS, all right. Do not with you. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Witness, it's quite correct for you to look for names and locations when you need to use them, but other than that, it's not necessary to stare at the PIS while you give your answers. All right?
Yes, Your Honor.
But of course, if what you were trying to do is to look at the PIS, identify the places of interest, and then refer to them by the location number indicated in the PIS. You may do that. What the concern is whether maybe you made separate notes that you were looking at during your testimony. That would be what Ms. Alakandra's concern would be about. Now, let's continue.
All right. You briefly mentioned in private session your sources of knowledge for certain plans that were made for the violence which occurred after the 2007 elections. I want to get to one specific aspect of that. So let me first ask you, in terms of what you learned, who was to carry out the violence that occurred after the elections?
Your Honor, the Kalenjin had already arranged and trained their youths in preparation of the war which will take place after elections.
And specifically, what can you tell us about the training of the Kalenjin youth prior to the elections?
Kalenjin youths were trained from different parts of Eldoret and from locations number 9.
All right. Now, I want to ask you specifically about the training in the region of location number 9, but I'm going to have to ask to go briefly into private session. I beg your pardon, Your Honours, just to get a location which I can't mention in public.
Private session.
We are in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you, Rono. Just to recap then, in private session you informed the court, Mr. Witness, that you were aware of training of Kalenjin youth that took place in a location known as Boronjo, which is, I think you said, 4 to 5 kilometers from Ziwa on the Kitale Road, and that you saw youth from location number 9 being transported there, and you spoke to some of the youth from location 9 who had attended this training. Is that correct?
Your Honor, if I heard you well, you said 45, I said 4 to 5 kilometers.
I also said 4 to 5. Let's see if the record got that correctly. Yes, the record has it correctly, 4 to 5 kilometers. Otherwise correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Please tell the court what you learned from these youths who attended the training. What took place at that training in Boronjo?
The youths were trained on how not to leave any evidence behind, how to target, what to wear in order not to be identified, how to put houses into fire, and what to use as accelerants to make sure that the houses get flames.
Right, let's get a bit more detail. What were they taught about how to target?
Your Honor, I beg your pardon.
Well, you said in your last answer, the youths are trained on how not to leave any evidence behind, how to target, what to wear in order not to be identified, and etc. What did you mean by they were trained how to target? Target.
Thank you, Your Honor. Kalenjin youths use bows and arrows during war, and here they were trained on how to use them to get the right target.
And what were they taught about what to wear in order not to be identified?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we're still not clear on the previous answer about how to target.
Well, I observe as always my learned friend is welcome to clarify that, but you're referring to bows and arrows, is that correct? When you said they were trained on how to use them to get the right target. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you give any more detail on that to explain it further?
For instance, the people who attended this training told me they will use empty tins of aluminium tins or something like aluminium tins to be put on trees ahead of them, like 10 to 20, 10 meters, 15 meters, and they were using their arrows to target that empty tin from away, like 15 to 10 meters. So that's what I meant by the right to get to the right target. By practicing that and getting to that target often, then when you go to war, if you are targeting to a person, then you will be able to have the right target by shooting your arrow towards that person.
All right. What you've described, I think the English term would be target practice or shooting practice. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Getting back to what the Kalenjin youth were told to wear in order to not be identified, my question was, what were they told? What were they to wear so that they wouldn't be identified?
On what to wear, Your Honor, the Kalenjin youths were advised to wear not a long trouser, but a pair of shorts, and smear their faces with mud, also their legs, and put marks from their knees down and parts and also on their face for identification amongst themselves, but people who are not part of them will not identify them by their names, because now they will look all white and with all of them has pair of shorts.
I see. And you mentioned additionally that they were, if I can find it again, you said something about being taught to put things on fire, and you mentioned accelerants. Tell us more about that.
Your Honor, the youths here were trained on how to use mattresses to put fire and make sure it catches the houses, and how to use sugar as accelerant for heavier flames.
And perhaps I should just correct the record, Your Honours, at, it's just jumped again, the previous page, 23, line 8, the word which now appears as XLRAPBTS, I heard as accelerants. How are the youths to use mattresses to set houses alight?
Your Honor, they will push or pull the mattresses against the walls and then light up the mattresses, and that will ensure that the wooden houses or put that mattresses, that wooden houses will get automatically get flame because of heavy flames from the mattress. or else put that mattresses on the ceiling board and light it up for the ceiling board, and the flames from the mattresses will then ensure that the strong houses, which are semi-permanent or permanent houses, all the roof will be on fire.
And are you aware which property this training took place on at Boronjo? Or whose property, should I say?
Yes, Your Honor. I remember the property being, the land of which the training took place was for one of the old man called by a nickname Muzuri.
Muzuri, is that spelled M-U-Z-U-R-I?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I just wanted to make sure the record got you correctly, because I didn't hear very well. Did you say how did you describe Muzuri? Did you say one of the old men?
As an elder in Boronjo.
Thank you. And who was providing the training for these youths?
The youths were trained by retired army officers.
Do you know any of their names?
Yes, Your Honor. One Mr. Bile from that area was among those who are training the youths.
And the transcript correctly reflects the spelling. So one or two more questions about this. How many youth attended this training, according to your information?
More than 300, Your Honor.
And besides location 9, which other areas did the youth come from?
I'm aware the youth came from location number 9.
My question was, besides location number 9, do you know whether there were youth from any other area?
All right. Hold it there, Ms. Alejandra.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, this is an area which is contentious, Your Honor, and we request the prosecutor not to lead. His previous question was quite leading.
Well, not really.
Mr. Standby, proceed.
Yes. So you've mentioned youth from location number 9. Are you aware of youth? Was this the only area from which the youth came, or were there youth from other areas as well?
There were other areas, Your Honor.
What other areas are you aware of?
from areas surrounding Eldoret, including Ziwa, the same area Boronjo, and areas neighboring Eldoret town.
And just to get a time frame, can you tell the Chamber, please, approximately when or how long before the 2007 elections this training took place?
This training took place like a month on different days. I'm aware the training took place like 1 month before the elections.
I just want to make sure we understand your answer. You say the training took place like a month on different days. Over how many days did the training take place?
Wait. I'm not sure that that's the only inference from how he answered that question that may be drawn. Witness, can you state again what you meant to say? Let's assume you're hearing this question for the first time. How long before the 2000 elections did the training take place? What's your answer?
Like 1 month, Your Honor.
Proceed. You may explore other things, Mr. Steinbach. I just didn't want the interpretation you gave to be the only one that was possible.
Your Honours, I was going to get back to that, but thank you. And how long did the training last?
Like 3 weeks, Your Honor.
And do you know, or can you give us some more details about how long individual youth would attend the meeting? Would they all attend for the whole 3 weeks, or would some go for 1 day and then others the next day? How did it work?
The youths that attended this training attended for the 3 weeks because they were from different places, and these youths who are trained will then go back and pass information and tactics and take back what they were trained to the others at home.
I see. And did the youths remain at Boronjo for the entire time? Did they sleep there, or did they come backwards and forwards every day?
I don't know, Your Honor, whether they slept there, but what I'm aware is that there were vehicles which were ready to take them to the training and back home when they were needed.
Stand by the time.
Thank you, Your Honour. May I just ask one last question on this topic? And in location number 9, what did you personally observe regarding the transportation of these youths to the training?
In this location, Your Honor, from where I was at this location, I could see the vehicles parked, ready to take the youths, and when I knew they were to come back, I will also, from this location, it was easy to see when they were coming.
Thank you, Ron. I think I can pick that up again after the break.
We will take our morning break now. Witness will also give you 30 minutes to rest, so the chamber will rise after you've been let out of the courtroom. The blinds down and the witness to be escorted from the courtroom. And then you'll join us in 30 minutes.
All rise. We will obey. Please be seated. Wait, what's this one?
Thank you very much. Witness, welcome back. Mr. Steinberg, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honours. We're in open session again, Mr. Witness, and I'd just like to finish up the subject of the transportation of the youth from location number 9 to the training site in Umboronjo. Just before the break, you told the chamber that from where you were at location 9, you could see vehicles parked ready to take the youth. My first question is, what sort of vehicles were these?
The matatu.
And you then said, when I knew they were to come back, I will also from this location, it was easy to see when they were coming. What exactly did you see when they returned?
I will see them alighting, and that is when I will look for the youths who had attended to tell me what they were being trained in the training site.
And is that the time when you got the information from the youths who attended that you've told the court about?
Yes, Your Honor.
Lastly, on this subject, how was this training financed?
Could you please establish first that in fact it was financed in the first place?
The training, Your Honor, I was informed by the youths who attended that the money that after the training they were given money ranging from 250 shillings to 500. Others were given 1,000 who are leaders. And this money that they got there was from Mr. Ruto.
How did they know that?
They got information from the training site.
We'll go through one moment, please, Your Honour. Now, apart from information which you've told us you received from organisation number 1, you mentioned that you personally attended certain occasions when things were discussed. The first thing I want to ask you is, did you attend any ODM rallies prior to the 2007 election?
Yes, Your Honor.
And where and when was that?
It was in Eldoret, Your Honor, in one of the stadiums which is close to West Market on your way to Huruma.
Do you know the name of this stadium? What is it commonly known as?
It's known as 64 Stadium Yohana.
When was this rally?
I think, Yohana, it was on 19th or 20th.
Of what month and year?
Of December 2007, Yohana.
And tell us a bit about this this rally. How many people approximately attended?
There were many people. I approximate 5,000 to 10,000 people.
And who addressed this rally from the ODM?
I saw leaders from ODM who are in attendance and addressed the rally, including Joe Nyaga, Musalia Mudavadi, and Honorable William Ruto.
All right. For the record, it's Joe Nyaga is correct. I think you then said Musavalia Mudavadi. Is my pronunciation correct?
Musalia.
Musalia Mudavadi. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mudavadi is Mudavadi. Musalia, I'm going to take a guess at. I think they have it correctly there. Yes, thank you. And the third person you mentioned was the Honorable Ruto. Did any of these persons... Well, these are the people who addressed the rally. What do you recall about Mr. Ruto's address, Mr. Witness?
I recall Mr. Ruto promising the Kalenjin and people who are in support of ODM victory in the elections which were just to be held around 1 week to come from that time.
Yes, what else?
I remember Mr. Joe Nyaga telling the people who are in attendance that, especially the Kikuyu people, that they had no room in central Kenya, Your Honor.
All right, let's just get some clarity about Mr. Nyaga's address before we return to Mr. Ruto. What was Mr. Nyaga's ethnicity?
Mr. Nyaga was a Kikuyu, Your Honor.
And which area of Kenya was he from?
I know him to come from the central part of Kenya, Your Honor.
And what language did he address the rally in?
in Kiswahili, Your Honor.
All right. Tell us some more details about what he was saying in relation to there being no room in Central for the Kikuyu people. What was that all about?
The Kikuyu people was telling the Kikuyu people to vote in line with the Kalenjin. Because if the Kalenjin decided to send them away from Eldoret and Rift Valley, they had no room in Central Kenya, Your Honor.
All right. Let's return for a moment to Mr. Ruto's address. In what language did Mr. Ruto address the crowd, or languages?
In many cases, he addressed the rally in Kiswahili, and on other parts of his talking, he will switch to Kalenjin.
And what sort of things did he address the rally on when he switched to Kalenjin?
Especially when he was giving incisive words towards the Kikuyu, he will switch to Kalenjin.
We're still talking about the rally on the 23rd of December, is that correct? Sorry, I beg your pardon, on the 19th or 20th of December, my mistake.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you give us an example of the inciting words that Mr. Ruto used when he switched to Kalenjin on this occasion?
He will talk of rigging and at times I remember him talk about the Kikuyu, that they needed to vote in line with the Kalenjin community.
And you said at line 23 to 24, you mentioned incisive words towards the Kikuyu. What were these incisive words towards the Kikuyu?
Incisive words towards the Kikuyu that I meant were these words that Mr. Ruto used to show that the Kikuyu had to vote in line with the Kalenjin so that they will have to be accommodated in Rift Valley and Eldoret in general.
So the Kikuyu were to vote in favor of, in line with the Kalenjin, so that they will be accommodated in the Rift Valley. What would become of them if they were not to vote in line with the Kalenjin?
They'll be sent away, or they'll be forced to go away by the natives. These are the Kalenjin.
And I'm interested in, as far as...
If I can just request that perhaps the witness be asked to just say everything he remembers about what the speaker spoke. That may be a bit fairer.
Well, my next question was, what were the exact words that Mr. Ruto used that you can recall?
I don't remember now, Your Honor.
When Mr. Ruto referred to the Kikuyu, can you recall what words he used to refer to the Kikuyu?
I don't remember now, Your Honor.
All right. Your Honours, can I ask to briefly go into private session for the next, to introduce the next topic?
Private session.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Mr. Witness, in private session, you just told the chamber that you had received reports of certain meetings held in the area surrounding location number 9 relating to the post-election violence. Please tell us what you learnt about these meetings. Firstly, where were they held?
The meetings were held in houses of elders around that location, Your Honor.
Can you give the chamber the... Is it safe to give the identity of these elders in public session? Let me rather seek your views on that.
Let's go back to private session and get the names, and then we'll come back out.
We're back in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Witness, you've just in private session discussed various meetings that were held at the house of person number 18. You've mentioned a number of people who attended, whose names I will not repeat in public session. You mentioned that the people were of the Kalenjin ethnicity. What I'd like you to tell the Chamber about now in public session is what were the main topics of discussion at these meetings, according to your information?
The information that was discussed was one, how to mobilize the people in order to ensure that enough votes are cast from the Kalenjin. Two was how to start to make sure that war starts immediately after if then it will be rigged and PNU and is announced the winner. That is former President Mr. Kibaki. And another thing was how to get funds in order to go and bring poisonous weapons, arrows from Keyo. That is, people were trying to get ready in any eventuality, if in case the elections will be rigged and ODM could not win.
All right, just to correct the record, at line 4, what I heard was discussion to get funds, F-U-N-D-S, to go and get poisonous weapons or arrows. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I believe KO is correctly spelt. Let's just get a little bit more detail there. What was discussed would happen if Mr. Kibaki was announced as president after the elections?
If Kibaki will be announced the president, the youths could start attacking the Kikuyu immediately and make sure they are pushed away from that location, Your Honor.
And after the Kikuyu were pushed away from that location, what was to become of their property?
Their lands would be used to graze the livestock. The trees which were on the lands of the Kikuyu will be felled down and all fences be removed. The animals, these are livestock, will be taken away by the Kalenjin for themselves, and also in case, Your Honor, the Kikuyu will try to overcome the Kalenjin. It was agreed that reinforcements will be brought in from the neighboring areas, Your Honor.
how would those reinforcements be brought in?
Elders who are rich businessmen from Eldoret who are ready to provide their lorries to transport youths to different locations where they were needed for enforcement, Your Honor.
And do you know the identity of any of these rich businessmen from Eldoret who would provide lorries?
I know one, Your Honor.
Who is that? I think you can mention the name in public session.
Mr. Kibor, Your Honor.
Who is Mr. Kabor? What do you know about him?
He is a rich farmer and a well-known person in Eldoret, Your Honor.
And where was Mr. Kabor? Where would Mr. Kabor get lorries from?
His own lorries. He has lorries for his own, and personally, I took it to mean Kibor will provide his own lorries to transport youth for enforcement, Your Honor.
All right. Now, you mentioned something about getting funds to get poisonous weapons or arrows from KO. Firstly, what were these poisonous weapons or arrows needed for?
To be used to fight the Kikuyu during the war, Your Honor.
And why would you get such items from KO?
The KO community is part of Kalenjin as a whole. And they are well known to be making poisonous weapons in terms of arrows. And this is why most Kalenjins, when they need these weapons, which are poisonous, they will get it from KO.
And where were the funds to come from to get these poisonous arrows?
Rich businessmen will get the funds, will donate funds, and where need be, William Ruto will also be contacted to add on funds.
All right. Just to get some a bit more clarity about the dates, when were these meetings held? How long before the election?
Your Honor, meetings in preparation for the 2007 elections were throughout. Others will take place a month before, others would have taken place 2 months before, others will take place a short time before before elections. The meetings I have information about were meetings that took place not a long time before the elections of 2007.
Can you be any more specific than not a long time?
Around 1 month, Your Honor.
I'd like to move away now from the issue of meetings and planning towards events that occurred just before and after the elections. Now, we know the election took place on the 27th of December 2007. Are you aware of any incidents in the area of Eldoret town on the previous day, the 26th of December, or Boxing Day 2007?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what incident is that?
In the morning of that day, Your Honor, people gathered outside Brookside because they believed that ballot boxes were transported there by 2NK and monoline buses ready for rigging the elections.
Just for the record, is that 2 and K or 2 letter N K buses?
2 letter N and K.
And I see the record has borderline buses, but I believe I heard you say Molo line, M-O-L-O. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, you are correct. It is Molo, M-O-L-O, line buses.
Now, what is your... And what is the ethnicity of the owners of
No, Your Honor, there were no ballot boxes.
Your Honor, may I ask for private session just for one question?
Private session.
We are in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. So, in private session, you just told us that you proceeded from Brookside towards the Eldoret police station, which is also close to a supermarket known as Tuskie's Supermarket, where there were also suspicions that ballot boxes were being hidden. Is that an accurate summary of what you told the chamber?
Yes, Your Honor.
You also mentioned that Tuskie's was near the main stage. What does the main stage in Eldoret refer to?
Is referred as the same as main stage.
Yes, but what is it? To people who are not Kenyan, what does the main stage mean?
This is where buses, matatus, vehicles in public transport stop and also start their journey from Eldoret, Your Honor.
So it's a reference to the main bus and transport station of Eldoret. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And where exactly did you arrive at, without telling us how you got there? Did you go to the police station or did you go to Tuskie's first?
I went to Tuskie's first.
All right. I'm going to come back to Tuskie's because there's a question I'm going to need to ask you in private session. But after that, where did you go?
After Tuskie's, I went to the police station, Your Honor.
And what happened at the police station that you observed?
There was a gathering outside the police station. At the police station, and I had one person talking there, and inciting the Kalenjins against the Kikuyu, Your Honor.
Who was that person?
Mr. Farouk Kibet, Your Honor.
And how was Mr. Farouk Kibet inciting the Kalenjins against the Kikuyu?
When I got there, I heard him talking because he was the one talking at the moment, and he was asking. He posed a question in public, asking in Kiswahili, Wakikuyu waende wasiende. It means, do we let Kikuyu people go or not? And people are chanting and saying, waende. That means, let them go.
All right. For the record, I believe I have the spelling of that. Wakikuyu waende, is that W-A, Kikuyu spelt as usual, waende, W-A-E-N-D-E. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And wasiende, W-A-S-I-E-N-D. Is that right?
And an E at the end.
Yes. Wasiende.
Yes.
Now, tell us a little bit more about this incident. Where was Mr. Kibet when he was speaking, when he was addressing the crowd?
At the police station, Your Honor.
Was he just standing on the ground? Was he on some sort of platform? Was he, I don't know, on the back of a vehicle? How was he standing? Give us some description.
I saw him standing just in the middle of the crowd, Your Honor.
And as he was speaking, was he just addressing the crowd with his unamplified voice, or was he using some device?
Your Honor, can I request that my learned friend does not lead?
Describe, please, exactly how Mr. Kibet was speaking to the crowd.
I saw him speaking in the middle of the crowd, Your Honor, without using, I didn't see him use any amplifier, or it was not an organized forum where there was amplifiers or loudspeakers or what. I heard him just speaking with his own voice in a big tone, asking, Okikuyu waende, wasiende, and people were chanting, waende.
What do you mean, speaking in a big tone?
Loudly, Your Honor.
Can you estimate the number of people who were present when Mr. Kibet was saying these things?
Around over 200 people, Your Honor.
How far were you away from Mr. Kibet when he was making this speech?
I was around 7 meters, 5 to 7 meters, Your Honor, away from him.
And could you identify anybody else present when Mr. Kibet was making this speech?
Yes, Your Honor. I remember seeing Mr. Henry Kosgei, but I didn't hear him talk. And I didn't see how he left. I saw also and heard Mr. William Ruto speaking at the same point, Your Honor.
All right, we'll come to Mr. William Ruto, but firstly, Mr. Kosgei, who is Mr. Henry Kosgei? And what was his position at that time?
He is a member of parliament from Nandi, Your Honor. I don't remember his position.
What party did he represent at that time?
I know him to have been for ODM, Your Honor.
All right. You say that you heard Mr. William Ruto speak at that time. Before we get to what he said, tell us a bit about where he spoke, how he spoke. Describe what you observed, please.
Your Honor, I don't understand your question, Your Honor.
All right. You heard me asking questions about where Mr. Kibet was when he was making his speech, how he was speaking. I want to know the same details for Mr. Ruto, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Like Mr. Farouk also Mr. Ruto was speaking loudly as people were cheering him, Your Honor.
Where was Mr. Ruto when Mr. Kibet was asking the crowd whether the Kikuyu should stay or go?
He was in the midst of the crowd, Your Honor, close to Mr. Farouk.
And what did you hear Mr. Ruto say when he addressed the crowd?
He said that he was aware that the administration police will be used to rig the elections. But it will not go through.
Why would it not go through?
I assumed it that it was because now that he was aware of it, and therefore many leaders were aware, especially from the ODM, that the administration police will be used for rigging the elections, Your Honor.
What language or languages did Mr. Ruto use when he addressed the crowd?
When he was talking about the administration police, he spoke in Swahili. But he also continued to speak in Kalenjin, Your Honor.
And can you recall what Mr. Ruto said to the crowd when he spoke in Kalenjin? And if you know the exact words, that would be helpful.
I remember, Your Honor, he said, Kitoi Chegitoi Bonik. That is Kalenjin words meaning, we will do to them what we do to the witches.
I note the time, Your Honor. Perhaps I can just get the spelling on record. Mr. Witness, is Kitoi Kiitoi?
Yes.
Che, C-H-E?
Yes.
Kitoi, same spelling, and Bonik, B-O-N-I-K.
Yes.
I think we can come back to the significance of that after the lunch adjournment. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Steinberg, how much time do you need with this witness?
Your Honours, we're progressing quite well, I'm happy to say. I do not anticipate proceeding beyond tomorrow, so I will finish the evidence of witnesses by close of business tomorrow.
So that leaves the defense 2 days to cross-examine, because we intend to complete this witness this week.
Well, Your Honours, I'll hear from our learned friends, but I'll be surprised if they would be able to complete it in that time.
Your Honours, for the Ruto defence, we do have significant questions for this witness, Your Honour, and we expect will take, at the minimum, 2.5 days to 3 days. We do have quite a bit, Your Honour.
Mr. President, my estimate is that I will need 2 sessions.
We are scheduled to start the next witness. When isn't it on Monday, as it currently stands?
Mr. President, if I may, what I'd propose, as Dato Shamla Lagendra and my learned friend Mr. Keegan have said, There's significant questions for this particular witness. Given my London friend's timescale, it looks like we'll be starting on Thursday. It seems that the best we're going to do is finish by close of business on Monday. I would ask that in those circumstances we be given that time to cross-examine, and we start with the next witness on Tuesday the 25th. Your Honour, Ms Ruto will be in attendance, and if we start on the 25th, it will give us time to finish this particular witness. If that finds favour with the bench, that's my application.
We will rise now for the luncheon break, and witness, you will join us at 2:30. You will rejoin us at 2:30. The blinds down, please, to usher the witness out of the courtroom.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honour. Now, I know you said you weren't sure of the exact date of this incident of the burning of the house you described. But can you give us an idea of how long this was after the announcement of the presidential results? How many days, approximately?
Around 2 or 3 days, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, you've mentioned the burning of a house, you've mentioned seeing dead bodies in a police Land Rover. Did you yourself ever see anyone being killed during that period?
Yes, Your Honor. In location number 2, there was a roadblock. And then it is at this roadblock that I heard people shouting, and and others were running towards the roadblock, and I went there to see what was happening, Your Honor.
And how far was that roadblock from location 10?
Around 500 meters, Your Honor.
When you arrived at the roadblock, what did you observe?
Children were crying and shouting that they were being pulled from a vehicle, and their mother too was screaming and speaking in Kikuyu.
And what language were the children speaking in?
Kikuyu, Your Honor.
How many children?
2 children, Your Honor.
Besides the 2 children and the mother, was there anybody else in that vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor. At the other side, I saw a man who was being beaten by these youths. He was beaten until he died.
And what were the mother and children shouting? What did they say?
They were screaming, saying, "Spare us."
Who were these youths who were beating the father?
The Kalenjin youth who were manning the roadblock and others who had joined.
Do you know why the man was beaten?
Because he was a Kikuyu, Your Honor.
What became of the mother and the children? Do you know?
They were taken by the Land Rover the police who just arrived at the scene. And I followed up to ask person number 24. And she told me that the mother was taken to hospital.
Did you see anything happen to the mother while you were there?
At that scene, Your Honor, she was also beaten, but not like the man.
You say the man was beaten to death. How do you know he was dead?
Because I saw, Your Honor, and also people at the scene confirmed that he was dead.
How many people were present when this happened?
More than 100, Your Honor.
And how many took part in the assault on the man and the mother?
Around 30 or 40, Your Honor.
How far were you from the scene of the assault when you observed this?
Approximately 5 to 7 meters.
What time of day did this happen, Mr. Witness?
At around noon, Your Honor.
And can you give us the approximate date in relation to other events you've described, so the election results, the burning of the house of the man you've described? When did this take place?
I think around 5 days after elections were announced, Your Honor.
So that would be early January, approximately the 4th of January. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Steinberg, we had reserved time. I know you did say 5 minutes, but consider whether this would be a good time to release the witness for the day.
Yes, Your Honor. I was just considering whether or not I needed to traverse another issue, so perhaps I can give it some thought overnight. We can wrap it up for the day.
So we can release the witness at this point, you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Witness, we will release you for the day, and you rejoin us tomorrow at 9:30. The blinds will come down.